All right, looks like we're live. What's up, everybody? Exciting day. We're going to be getting this Maximus team of Perpetuals smart contract and Testnet Dapp launched. I just about done. I've been working on it all weekend up until this point. Everything is almost done. So I figured that I would just do these last couple things live on the air right here. And I'll be, kind of walking through how I'm doing it. Hope my goal with doing some of this live on the air is just so that you have a sense of, um, just how the front end is built for the smart contract. That's something that you should always be considering when a like when you're interacting with some type of new DeFi product. There's on one hand you could be interacting with a bad contract, but on the other hand you could be interacting with a bugged or failed front end. So what I'm hoping to do with kind of doing this live on the air is just providing some transparency into how the site is built, so that you can know how to inspect it to make sure that you're on the right site. And I'll show you ways that you as a user can easily verify that you're interacting with the right contract, and that you can prove to yourself that there's nothing wrong, with the front end. So um, so yeah, we'll just get right into that. Let's go through the chat. Hexagon Wrestler says, "What happened to the Max used to buy? We are all the Satoshi address." Yeah, I mean that's probably gonna get sold. I mean, realistically, that's a pretty impressive that Alex was able to procure all that Maxi. It looked like it was a lot like some of our biggest minters and biggest buyers ended up being it's almost like the top part of our holders pie chart just basically consolidated into the Hedron piece. So that's pretty exciting. Good for Alex for pulling it off. And it really shows how in demand Maxi is, that other projects are going to include Maxi as one of their fundraising mechanisms. So but yeah, I mean, realistically, it's probably gonna get sold. So maybe that gives people some good opportunities to buy some Maxi. What if he minted team? Like that'd be pretty wild. If he minted team with it, and then if Icosa became or I mean not even Icosa, just like the source address becomes a player in the Maximus pools. Like that could be pretty awesome. Like what if the Maximus pool, what if the source address minted a bunch of team and then staked the team and then paid that hex to Icosa stakers or something like that. That could be one thing that they could do. So that's pretty exciting. What it does is it makes it so that, assuming, because my guess is that the source address is probably going to do some type of market making activity, or using those funds, either for personal life stuff, just like being retired from having to work, but also for prompting along the market. Maybe there's some type of market making activity, or maybe they want to bond the Icosa market to the Maxi market, which could be really a strong pair for Icosa. You know, and so yeah, I mean, who knows what happens. You shouldn't expect anything positive from anybody. So just assume it's just gonna just dump the price of Maxi. You probably just assume that's that they're gonna sell. I mean, why? If you're taking in funds that are not your own, or the ones you're trying to promote, then you'd probably be selling those. But of all the coins that he's bringing in between USDC, ETH, Hedron, Hex, and Maxi, any Hedron and Maxi, those are definitely on the least liquid end of that. Like the most liquid is USDC, obviously, and then ETH, and then Hex. So for money that they may need to rely on for spending, like in the shorter term, perhaps they're going to be selling the more liquid stuff first, or at least more of the more liquid stuff, and then because if they were to just sell all the Maxi at once, they probably wouldn't get as much out of it as if they were to sell the more liquid stuff first and then scale out of that over time. And so, whatever they do with it is really their choice. It's their keys, their coins. And, and I guess one benefit for, assuming that Maxi is just used for, boosting the ecosystem of Icosa. The benefit of that is that is Maxi that is not being minted into Team. And so team minters, aren't going to be competing with the team that could have existed from those Maxi in the staking pool. So that's the more Maxi that doesn't go into it, the more beneficial that the whole staking experience will be for the people that do mint their team. So seeing large swaths of Maxi that's probably going to be used to bolster the ecosystem around Hedron and Icosa. That's pretty bullish for just team in general because the smaller the total number of Maxi minted into team is, the larger payout per team staked, and so that's more energy to the upside on the price chart. So overall, it's pretty exciting, very validating of Maxi as an asset, and yeah, I'm pretty excited, pretty proud of him for procuring all that Maxi. Like that's one hell of a way to play the game. It's pretty exciting. Not Corner, what's up? Paradigm shifting DeFi history in the making. That's right. Sup, man? Cheers. You look rested. It's funny. I'm not particularly rested. I have been staying up later than normal. Pretty much ever since I got married, I've been trying to just go to bed, trying to assume my wife's cadence. Because if it was just me, I'd be like the up till 3, sleep till 10 type of cycle, and that kind of crushes working out. And I've been trying to focus more on health lately, but just trying to get this product out there. Sometimes you gotta trade some short-term rest and sleep with some more productivity, but luckily it's almost all done, and I should be able to knock this stuff out within just a couple hours, unless we run into some big issue or something. But yeah, so should be able to knock this out pretty soon. Archmax says, what if they never sell our community's coins? Yeah, I mean that in that case, then that boosts the premium for Maxi, and the increased Maxi value makes team staking more lucrative in years 3, 6, and 9. And then, and just for remaining Maxi holders, that's good for them. Yeah, so he definitely could, but I don't think he would realistically. So yeah, it's truly his choice. Thank you. Health as well. That's right. All right. Why don't we just hop right into it? So pretty much going to go back to where we were. Where is this? I'm going to keep my chat open here, but here, let me move this over. Let's get our thing right there. Okay. Let's see. All right, cool. So here's kind of where everything is. It just loads. Yeah, so, and these are just some things for me to look in. So let's see. So right now, let's see if we have our, okay, so this test minting phase is over. So I'll need to just get some, do we have some in the faucet? Yep. I think this is, hold on, let's check here. So pretty much where we're at is the minting interface is done. That one's pretty easy. And then all that was more in the middle on is the staking interface. And so, yeah, so this is what it is. And why don't let's see, how can I do this? Where can do I have some, let me just see if I have, okay. So here, I'll just Let me make sure that this is the same team. I have this test team address here. So here, why don't we just give me some faucet coins. And then we'll see if that changes anything for our. Okay, so it looks like it was confirmed. Let's see if we got some team in our wallet. I guess I could look if this is the contract address. Okay, so this is not the right one. Let's get rid of that. That's not helping us anymore. And that's the other faucet. So here, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to share to my other machine, which I do have it on. Or actually, I'm just going to send some of my team. Yeah, okay. So I'm just going to copy my test maxi address. Actually, no. Here, I'm just going to share the StreamYard link. One moment. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm just getting it on my other computer where I was doing most of the stuff on, so I can. Let's see. One moment. I think this is the one. All right. So I'm going to actually share my other screen, and we're going to move to this other device just for this little demo. All right. So this is kind of where I'm at on the staking interface. And so this is all still a work in progress, but this is kind of where I'm at now. We have the staking interface where you can do, say we're going to stake 100 team. I need to fix that thing, but you can stake your team. So once that goes through, we'll see that. And then here this is how your stakes will appear. Basically, you're going to have a list of stakes, and you're going to have one stake per year period that you join. And so whenever you stake into, whenever you stake your team, you're always adding to the upcoming stake that hasn't started yet. And the stakes always start with the turning over of the base hex stake. So base is the calendar for the whole system, and so up until the point when the base stake is started, all the stakes that you add to there, like I just did, are going to show up in your most recent stake, and then that stake will get crystallized as that period moves forward. So we have so these are just like some of my test stakes here. And so these are examples of what it looks like for a stake that you have already served. Because right now in my like little demo page, the current period is period 6. So this stake here, it ended in period 2, and so it doesn't have the buttons for like managing the stake because it's already done with. And because if it still had a stake balance remaining, then it would have an end stake button here. But since this stake, I've already ended this whole entire stake, there's no more management, but you can look at the rewards for that this stake had. And so by seeing that there were multiple stake years under the stake, that means that during the stake, I had rolled it forward into the next stake period before I unstaked it. So in year 1, this stake served 0.18. And then the total number of teams staked, just because I was the only one testing this, obviously, the total number of teams staked was 0.8. So, so something that we're going to be working on today is the display of adding a percentage so you can see what percent of the total payout you got. And then this expand button that shows how much of each of the supported tokens that you can claim. So whenever this stake period ends and you go to this view rewards page, that really just expands from that stake card, you'll see all of the periods that you've served, and you'll see how much you can claim on the supported tokens. So that's what it's like for the for old stakes that have already ended that you need to redeem rewards from. That's what that looks like, and that's what this one will be as well. Same thing. This one only has 1 because this was a single year stake that I didn't roll forward. And then this right now is an example of a stake that is active, and so that's why the end stake button has a little warning on it. This says, and then when you open it up, it says, since you're committed to stake 3 or 4, you will experience a 3.69% penalty on any team you end stake now. Are you sure you want to end stake? So if you click yes, then it prompts you to enter how much you're going to end stake early. So let's just do a little bit of early end stake just so we can test this out. So let's do 1,000 early end staked. We're signing this on MetaMask. And that is it. Let's see what this. And so something we're going to add today is we're going to add just something to like, refreshing these when like a new thing happens, and just some of the basic intricacies of it. But up to now, we've gotten all of the functionality done. And now I'm just kind of, tying up loose ends, dotting I's, crossing T's, making sure, everything's functional for the test that we're going to be doing. Let's see if that one went through yet. So let's just pull this up here so we can see this. Okay, so that what I wanted to show here is, since we early end staked 1,000 team, as you can see, it only returned the 963.1 team. So 3.69% of 1,000 was subtracted from the amount that it reminted. And so that difference, those 36.9 team that did not get reminted into existence, that is just the total team supply just decreased by that amount in that early end stake. So over time, as people early end stake, the total team supply is just going to keep dwindling and dwindling and dwindling away. And so it's like as if that 3.69% penalty is distributed equally to all team stakers, and or not even just team stakers, all team holders, because their piece of the pie grew, everyone else's piece of the pie shrank, and so that's what that's what we see there. So yeah, and then let's see what else. And then the minting page is already done, so there's kind of nothing to do there. But yeah, so let's get into this. Let's keep knocking this out and get this thing ready to. Okay, so that's the team contract, and that's the team DApp. And then in addition to this, we're also going to pull up all of the perpetuals as well, and we're going to make sure that the contract works, and then also going to add those to the front end so that you can toggle between the different perpetuals and stake hex via the perpetual pools. So yeah, so here, let me see if the chat says anything, and then we'll get back to it. I love how the Max universe and Hedron universe support each other, and of course Hex, not against each other, but pumping each other up and appreciating with respect, good energy, potentiality. Yeah, I mean, their coins and their that makes our stuff more valuable. I mean, that's a big part of the team income is Hedron, and so we obviously support and want Hedron to perform well, and so anything that grows their audience, and that's positive for Maximus, because Maximus is backed by like the current value of all the Maximus, the Hedron and the Maxi contract is something like $3 million. So who knows what the price is going to be at the end. That'll be after most of the big whales that got most of the supply have already sold. So the Hedron price going up is really beneficial for Maximus. It's beneficial for Team because it gets all of the Hedron from all the perpetuals, purely because of just like a ease of development thing. Like just because we didn't want to have to only build in rules that made the Hedron only distributed amongst people that were staked during a particular year. The perpetuals, and because it introduced some weirdness with the this ongoing minting or redemption. So rather than trying to fix those, we just decided to make Team more lucrative by just paying that to Team, and so that's a big part of Team as well. And it could be high. I mean, if Hedron continues to perform well, then all the Hedron that's earned by Team could be massively valuable. It's kind of uncapped by anything. And so that's definitely why there's some symbiosis there. I think that from our perspective, we benefit a lot from Hedron, but I think probably from their perspective, it may be more competitive. But it kind of works both ways because we're all kind of in this hex economy together. You're always listening to some badass chill music. Yeah, thank you. It's just good to have something that just has those, foundational harmonics that kind of keep you moving. If you wanted somebody to come on for a few and ask some good questions about tokens, let me know. Finish cutting the grass outside. Yeah, let's do that in just a minute. Just pipe in here. I'm gonna try to knock out one thing on the team one, then maybe we can take a break and do that. But thanks. Andrew Reynolds says, will the actual dates show on the staking where it says year 4, etc., or even a small text alongside year 4? Example, August 8th, 2026. Yeah, we'll definitely do that. Because, what this one is going to have is some type of what I need to show here is the here. Let's pull up. Am I logged in? Nope. I'm going to pull up a to-do. We're going to write down some things on a to-do list. So here, I'll just do it on this one that I already have ready. Shit. So we pull up this. Let's write up a little to-do list on what we need to get done. And so many windows. Where am I? Let's. Okay, so here's what we got to do. So on the stake interface, we need to add countdown to stake period to deadline, to the next stake period deadline, add label to show what period you are, what year's staking period you are staking into. And we should probably also show add label to show how many team is currently staked into that period. Because you may want to know that when you're deciding on what to stake, because if a lot of people are staked, maybe you want to hold liquid because you think that the price may pump as a result of so many people staking. Or you think that you can do better trading that period instead of just earning the hex and stuff. So we'll add that information. Let's turn into checklist. Okay, what else on the stake interface? I know that this max button, so fix auto max button. What else? And then fix or potentially remove the little there's a pop-up window indicator that's on there that probably shouldn't be. More info on that. Okay, so the more info link needs to be fixed. More info replace with the full page. So that's what we're going to do on that. So now that's the stake interface. Now let's do the stake management interface. So what needs to be done there? So let's see. I know this ends, so fix end stake text display card. We need to modify the end stake, the early end stake amount, or just the end stake amount card. What else do we need to do on the stake page? We need to add more reward claiming details. So that's percent of pool, you represented, period is complete. Actually, so button, we need a claim button on each token row. if they have claimable amount. I think that's it. And then, yeah, I think that's it. And then we need to have for the perpetuals. So these ones are mainly done. So for that one, we'll come to a list later. But so we're going to check on those, see what we need. Those should generally be done because those are purely a copy of the Maxi one. So we're going to check those. Yeah. So let's get right to it. So we're actually going to do the trying to think how we can accurately do this in a way that's easy. Because the current one, it like the current contract that all of these Dapps are pointing at is like this test version. I need to like just redeploy all of them because like for the final version where like all the like kind of test stuff is out of it. And but I already have my team here on this other device. So let's see. I'm going to, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to early end stake all my team on this other machine, and I'm just going to send it to myself on my streaming device, and then I'm going to do that. So just give me a second here. I'm going to eat a big early end stake penalty. Okay, let's see if that. Here, I just early end staked my stake, and then I'm going to give my test address. Send it to myself over StreamYard. Okay, it didn't send it to me, so let's see why. Probably because I had those commas in there. So let's just come back to this. We're going to end stake. Early ending. That much team results in a 370,000. You will receive 9658928, and the penalized amount will remain permanently burned. Okay, let's see if that finished, and then we're gonna. Okay, yep. Now I'm just gonna send myself a bunch of. There's a StreamYard link. Okay, so I just sent over some test team to this other device that I'm streaming from, so we can get off of this one and then back to. Okay, so he had a quick question. He said, "Can you explain the positive feedback loop for Maxi Hex plus Hedron Icosa now?" So the big positive feedback loop that that I'm more paying attention to is the team staking and the Maxi, or team staking and then the pools growing feedback loop, because as the team as the perpetual pools grow, that increases the team APY. And if the team APY is high, then people will demand holding stake team. So they'll be buying team and then staking it. And so, and then as new buyers and stakers run the price up, then other stakers may early end stake, and one cause that 3.69% penalty on the amount that they unstaked, and two, increasing the payout from that period for everybody else. And so then the APYs experienced by that group of users is higher. And so there's like a positive feedback loop of the pools growing and then causing this cascading effect where team value goes up because it's earning more. The increased price causes more early end staking, which decreases total team supply and further increases the earnings for everybody else. So that's the feedback loop that I really think is like a flywheel, because as that's happening and as team stakers are keep growing their assets, because they're earning yield, they now can be either buying more team with their increased yield. They can be minting that hex into the pools as they expire, because every time a pool ends, the team stakers are getting a bunch of hex, and so that's a lot of hex that they can just roll back into the pools, and now they have the pool tokens that they can keep rolling forward. And kind of like how I described earlier, where staking team is kind of like holding all the pools, or it's a way where if you hold some of the perpetual pools, you can reduce the fee that you experience from that bonus sharing, because if you're in the pool but then you're also earning from the amount that your pool paid to team, then it's like you earned it. And so that's the feedback loop that I really see, is that team growing in value, because it really has no upside cap. That's like really, like, there's no upside cap to the value of team because of its own supply and dynamic, where like the supply of team is not related to the price. And so I think the team has some really phenomenal feedback loops that can happen. And the more, the more money that team makes and the more incentive that they have to keep growing that, then that puts team members in a position where they're incentivized to take on, like marketing and outreach efforts in order to onboard new users into team. So it's like they're onboarding people into Hex, but not only into Hex, but into team. So they're, it creates it's almost like we're bringing back the referral system. Or remember in the first year of Hex, there's the referrals for the adoption amplifier that ended after a year. And so the way that by team paying team stakers based on how large they make the Maximus stake pools be, if you're a team staker, it's all, and you're onboarding people into Hex via the pools. One, you're boosting the value of Hex just by onboarding new buyers into Hex, and then two, you're increasing the payout into the team pools, like into the team staker pool. And so it's almost like you got a referral bonus from making onboarding that user into Hex through these pools. And what's great about these pools is that they do provide an awesome like onboarding pitch to new users, because it's just like simple staking. It's like you're holding a coin that's growing by in base it's like 12% a year. In Trio it's like 20% a year, and it goes up for the others. So it's like a really great sales pitch of, kind of a fresh brand. There's the instant liquidity, there's the fee savings. It's kind of a no-brainer sales pitch. Like um, all the things that hold people back, like fees or complexity, it's kind of alleviated in these pools. And so they're designed to be a strong onboarding mechanism, and the team bonus sharing that's only on the bigger pays better, where the larger the pool is, big pool means big payout to team, small pool means small payout to team. That incentive there, it almost creates it's like a new referral system where team members having a special incentive to onboard new users, because they can earn from it, and then the act of them onboarding new buyers and new members in the Hex economy boosts the value of the coin that they're getting as yield from all this. Because the coin, the team stakers are getting Hedron, but the majority of what they're getting is the Hex. And so boosting the Hex value and then boosting the amount that they get from that team staker pool, I think that can be a really strong feedback loop. And as far as feedback loops with Hedron and Icosa, the main one that I see in that is it's more of like it's almost like there's like, because the supply is basically driven by like users choosing to issue their own coins by, with Icosa, where you stake through an HSI, tokenize it, and then you mint the Icosa from it, where you give up the stake and now you have the Icosa. That, like, for you there's that arbitrage level that they talk about, where you're minting above it. It's like a no-brainer to, if the price of Icosa is above that threshold, based on the amount of Icosa you get per hex staked in an HSI that you do the buyback through, there's some level where anything above it, it's like a no-brainer to mint Icosa, sell it for more hex than you started, and then maybe keep minting until you squeeze that. And so in a way, it's almost like it has like a moving price ceiling that kind of grows with the T-share rate. That's kind of, so I think that feedback loop, it works that way in one direction, where like it's profitable to sell, but then when the price is below that threshold, then a user can just get more Icosa for like just by buying it. And so then it just comes down to like, will people demand buying Icosa? Like, are people going to have long-term strategies based around not just minting Icosa, but buying and staking the Icosa? So if there's a lot of people that are buying that Icosa, and then there's just like a lot of demand for buying it, then that can drive the price up, which keeps it above that level where it incentivizes new people to stake. But that the whole staking mechanism, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around like why that is good, because like it's really just like a way that the stakes are just like sold to other users. And so it's like you're taking your HSI stake, and then you're minting Icosa with it. So Icosa is buying it from you with freshly minted Icosa, and then you now have the Icosa, which you can then stake or just hold. But then that stake then goes into a liquidation sequence. And so basically it just gets transferred to a different Hedron holder, who then buys the coins, and then the Hedron is burnt. And then that act of that burning delivers some payout to the Icosa stakers. So it's almost like like just the stake is being sold to somebody else, who then can kind of do whatever they want with it. I think from there you can continue to mint more, I think, because you're buying, you own the stake now. So, you probably can't mint as much as you could, because some of the days have already been served and minted for maybe, but yeah, so I'm still trying to understand why you would want to do, other than if the price was above that level, and just kind of how just kind of transferring the stake from that person to the other person. Like, why wouldn't that person have just bought the stake on their own instead of through the liquidation? And so I'm still trying to wrap my mind around like what that whole like kind of that one-way arbitrage thing that they're talking about. Like, because my worry is that that's just like a price cap on Icosa, because like anytime, like it's almost like in assets like copper, the copper price can only go so high because there's a bunch of sources of copper in the world, and it's so abundant where they don't even dig it out of the ground unless the price is so high. And so anytime like the copper price goes up, there's so much excess copper that is available if the price reaches certain levels that they now extract the copper and then they sell the copper and lower the price down. And then once they squeeze out that premium that makes that business model make sense, then it's kind of squeezed out. And since like there can always be new ICOSA minted with Hex, like pretty much like until all the Hex is already minted, maybe, but there's like I view that almost like a price ceiling, which I don't know if that goes away after some point in time or just like once the share rate gets so high that that the ICOSA you get, just like maybe the new amount just becomes so small that even like all the remaining Hex could mint it, and then it's so I don't know if the impact that it alleviates it, but at least in the short term, I see that the ICOSA price itself just kind of, I don't think it can reasonably stay above that threshold for too long, just because it's kind of a no-brainer to arbitrage that out. But just as an asset, kind of growing with the share rate, that's kind of like how the perpetuals will be, because I mean, for instance, the base stake basically grows with the share rate, and it's I have to look at exactly what the share rate growth percentage is. Actually, no, the share rate growth percentage, because we have so many of the pre-bigger pays better ones, it's probably growing higher. It's probably growing around like 20%. We'll have to look at this, but if and I don't know what that the resulting scaling value of like how the ICO like how that ICOSA like arbitrage level grows. I don't know how that changes over time, but it's kind of like tracking that. So maybe ICOSA and ICOSA staking is going to be a lot like holding base or trio, where like because base kind of has its own price cap in a way. It's like the price cap on base is what is the maximum amount that this could reasonably be redeemed for after a year. And then because like it's in such short period of time that the base stake becomes redeemable, that if you're buying base at such a high premium, it's just like you're giving free money away. So people probably won't be doing that too much. And at the same time, like anything below the like redemption rate is probably an easy buy, because you can get the same, percent gain measured in Hex, but in less time. So it's like as if you did a 1-year stake, but you experienced a 16% APY, for instance. So it's kind of a no-brainer to buy discounted base, but it's not really worth it to buy it at a premium. So the base stake is kind of limited by like, what a year's Hex stake yield is going to be on that stake. And so kind of in same fashion, the ICOSA price ceiling is kind of like, kind of has that, because as the price goes up, new ICOSA gets freshly minted and then sold into it, and to kind of restore it. And then as price goes below that, then you're better off just buying ICOSA than minting it. So, it'll probably track however that number grows. And it's probably going to look a lot like the base stake. And so, I'm still, now that it's live, I've really put a lot more thought into it. But yeah, I mean, that's probably that's the feedback loop I see from there. Excellent work. Thank you. Good old days. Self-referral is amazing. Yeah, you literally, some people made like millions of dollars from self-referring. Is there a date? Well, the testnet's gonna be launched here in a couple hours. If I don't quit chatting, it's gonna take longer. But testnet, we're gonna started working with the auditor to get it all kind of cleared, and then a couple weeks. I don't think anything big is gonna have to get fixed. We've already fixed all the big things, but then no solid date yet, but just a few weeks. It's coming. Cassius, amazing info so far. Blue Bone, the amount of ICOSA you get from selling HSI goes down every day because of the T-share rate. Yeah. Yep. So as that grows, so the amount of ICOSA going down increases that price threshold for what's worth to mint and then sell. But also, the increase and this goes for the stake payout as well. The T-share rate growing, it's only growing at the same rate that like new supply is being issued. And so although the T-share rate is going up all the time, the total hex supply is also going up at the same time. And so the the percent of the total hex that's required to get the same percent of total T-shares actually remains constant. And so the growing T-share rate is, kept up with the growing hex supply. And right now the T-share rate is growing much faster than the hex supply, just because, so much of the main driver in current hex inflation is the Genesis T-shares that are ending because the T-share rate on day 351 ratcheted up, like 40% in a day. So all T-shares that were locked in below then, they're earning more per hex staked per day than a stake starting the day after that. And so those ones have a drastic impact on share rate. So that's mainly what we're seeing now. But that change that happens as a result of T-share ratcheting up, it's kind of counteracted by just there also being more liquid hex, like the liquid hex that entered the market that caused the T-share rate to ratchet up. That also exists. So the percent change is smaller than what's immediately apparent from just looking at the T-share rate. 2 more weeks from here. No, my original estimation was July 32nd. So, yeah, we're very, unless something big happens in the audit, we're just about ready. And the UIs are almost done too. If I quit goofing off, just chatting on stream. All right, let's do this. Enough of that. I think I got my transaction. Let's see. Let's just see. Maybe it's here. Let me share my screen so you can see what I'm doing. And we're just going to knock this out. So we call code raging. We're just going to do it. Do I not have the maxi or the team? Oh my God, I didn't even click send. Duh. I was just chatting that I didn't even click send. Okay, so what I just did is I sent over a team. And so what did we say we need to have on? So on the stake interface, we need to add a countdown, add a label to show what period you're staking into, and add a label to show how many team is currently staked in that period. So I have some of that information already. Let's pull up the stake card. Okay, so I actually have some of this information already. Well, those actually, okay, so that's actually, these are going to be dashboard information. So I actually do need to just, we're going to add a label for, what do we say, current period, or label next year. And then we're also going to add another label that is for label that's going to be deadline. I already have a label deadline, so label stake deadline. What else did I say I needed in here? How many is currently staked in that period? So we're going to do we already have the stake team below, so we're actually just going to put their liquid team, and then so this label is going to be label. Is my screen being shared? Yeah. This label is going to be called label global amount staked. So on that one, we're going to be wanting to look at the I think it's going to be called global staked team per period. Let me go with that. Okay, so just put that down. Okay, so let's just go in here. Let's go to our refresh page one. So self.label, what do we call that? We had label deadline, stake deadline. We had self.label stake next. What's it called? Label next year. Text. And then we had self.label global amount stake. Is that? So team contract dot stake by period. And that one just takes in a period. So we need to do self.current. Just have a period. No, we have to get it. So self.current period equals I mean in self.team contract, get current period to number. Okay. So global stake team per period is going to be self.current period. Self. So year text is going to be year format. These periods go 0, 1 every year. So every odd number is the year that we're calling it. So we're going to do self.current period plus 1 all divided by 2. So that should give us the year number instead of just the period number. And then we're going to do self.label your text. Let's do text. Self.label stake deadline. How do we get the deadline? So So we may actually, how are we going to do this? Label stake deadline, because we get the period in the team contract. We actually don't get the day. I did remove the day, so we probably just need to. So here, we're gonna just give it some filler text. So this needs to be calculate days remaining, and the way that we actually do that is we need to get the base contract. It's going to something like base contract dot get hex day. It's going to be base contract dot get what would it be? It'd be stake start day. There's a value in there called stake start day. Stake start day minus the base contract get hex day. So before I do that, I'm going to have to pull in the base contract into here. But that's actually also something that I need to add on this to-do list, is to make a common home for all the contract addresses and all the APIs. So I'll come back to that particular thing. So we'll add that little filler thing there, and then we'll update that once we have our full like contract list. Okay, I know that that's going to be a string amount staked divided by 10 to the 8, because we know that's going to be like that. So this one is probably going to be, we're going to do stake here. Here we go. Goki will help me with the design stuff after I do this. Stake here. Stake deadline we're coming back to. And then global amount staked. Let's see what happens. Cannot say attribute lake these text. Almost forgot I have pineapple right here. Here's some ASMR of me eating pineapple. Team contract not defined. Oh yeah, I need to be self.team contract. XR says, thanks for doing this live, bro. It's cool to see how this is done. Yeah, it's a lot. It's actually a lot easier than you think. Like, I'm by nowhere near like a. I mean, I'd say I am an expert developer. Like, I can build anything pretty much, but I wouldn't say that I'm particularly like advanced or like I've like advanced programming knowledge. Like, if you were to compare, like I have friends that are much better, kind of traditional programmers than me. Like they probably have more advanced technical skills. Um, Whereas like I'm really good at using this one tool called Anvil, which you build on it with Python. So I'm like really good at Python and this tool called Anvil. And it's actually a lot easier than most other like really technical things. Like, like all this stuff, it's so easy that I can build it myself. Like it's really like, like picking the right tools is a big part of being able to like build stuff. Like, and learning how to code it's more like you want to learn how to like solve big problems and like be the hero. So it's like, where code is part of the solution. But and tools like Anvil, they help get rid of the hard stuff related to learning how to code and let you actually just start building stuff. Like you as a beginner can go on Anvil and build a website and not know any code at all, and then then we were like, okay, I want to add a button that you can press and pop up a little message. Then you learn how to do that. You're like, okay, how am I going to write this? And then you just follow the little tutorial, and then you're like, oh wow, you just write a simple little thing where you pretty much tell it what to do, and then it does it. Then that is a good way to kind of get into it, where you don't have to learn all kinds of like technical bullshit first. You just get to like make your little website. What's up, Hexicans? Hey man, can you talk about a little about team trying to figure out how much of Maxi I'd be willing to mint? I mean, totally your choice. Team has really high growth potential because it doesn't like the only upside cap in its value is the total amount of hex that the pools that team issues can earn. So if you think that these pools are going to grow over time, then team stakers are going to get more APY over time, and that intrinsic value, like the redeemable value of the team tokens can grow over time just as these pools grow. So if you think more people are going to come to Hex in the future, like right now, we have 100,000 stakers in Hex. If you think that we're going to get to 1 million stakers, and if you think that a lot of that new staking activity is going to come through the perpetual stake pools that come with massive gas savings, instant liquidity, which enables true flexibility, and just like a simple like one-click buy user experience for holding staked hex, which grows at competitive rates every year. If you think more people are going to want that in the future, then you're going to want to hold team and stake team. And to get team, you have to part with the Maxi. Maxi is the best way to hold hex. But Maxi's growth is really just capped by Hex's growth, because Maxi is really just a multiplier on Hex. It's like if Hex goes up, 10x, then Maxi goes up. Say that at the end Maxi is redeemable for like 6 or 7 Hex per Maxi. So then if in that time Hex goes up 10x, then Maxi is going up 70x. So Maxi is the best way to hold Hex. Especially if you minted. Buying Maxi now isn't, because it's at the 1.8 price, that diminishes your return profile, you as a new buyer Maxi. But team, the underlying, like just the price of the team is totally unrelated to Hex. It's partially influenced by the earnings of Hex. So like if the Hex price goes, so in that same scenario where Hex price went up 10x over that 15-year period, then, the value that the market is giving to team based on its Hex income, the value of that one went up 10x because Hex went up by that much. And then also, how much Hex can we really get in these pools, over that period of time? Like these pools could be massive. And so the value of team, it's only bounded by the ambition of its own holders. Like if the team stakers want to grow those perpetual stake pools so much that team has massive payout, then team really has no limit to the upside based on, how the market's appraising it. Whereas Maxi, like the market's basically appraising, what's Hex gonna be worth, what's team, how much yield is this stake gonna earn, because then once it's redeemable at the end of that stake, then it's just like the price is going to go exactly to how much Hex it's worth. And so the, so Maxi kind of has like a price cap in that. Maxi is like the best way to hold Hex, but you can lever up the risk a little bit and hold team, and then team has boundless price potential because, all those things can happen that boost the underlying value of team. And at the same time, the team supply only goes down. It starts at the maximum and then only goes down based on people early end staking. And so those two dynamics together of potentially infinite growth in the value of the thing that give team value, combined with team supply only going down, team probably has, that those like many thousand, tens of thousand, 100,000, million, billion, trillion X price potential that Maxi reasonably doesn't have, because Maxi's basically wrapped Hex. It's the max multiple you can put on wrapped Hex because it's earning at the max rate you could possibly earn on your own. But it is bound by the Hex price. And so any movement up in the Hex price also pushes team up, but team can also go up on its own because of its own supply and demand dynamics. So that's kind of how you can think about both of them together. Mr. Catcher, like that Yang GRC tank top, bro. Oh yeah, it's so hot in my house, and yeah, we get in shape. Stay hydrated. Yeah, drinking some matcha tea. This probably is not good for you at all, but I wanted a little bit of caffeine on working on this. Sogan says, loving your work. No, listen, wear this to play. The work sucks. Can't wait. Me too. All right, let's get back to it. We got to focus. I got to quit. But I'm obviously going to come back and check the chat every so often. Contract object has no attribute global stake team per period. Because that needs to be global staked team per period. I need to give it. I always click run before it's done checking for errors. Okay, so looks like we don't have any teams staked in this next period. It's not going to be self-current period. It's going to be next staking period. So next staking period equals self.current period plus 1 if is current. So is current, else self.current period plus 2. So it's going to be 1 if the current period is even. Yeah. So if self.current period modulus 2 is 0. Right? Yeah. So let's get our things to be white. And then label stake deadline. We still need to get that. So let's just make that invisible until we pull it in. And then let's go ahead and stake. We're going to stake some team here just so we can see what's going on. 3.5. What? Okay, so we got to fix something's with that. Total team staked. Oh, duh. So let's get this. It's going to be next staking period. And then what else did we have? Stake year 3.5. Current period plus 1 over 2. No, it should always be. Current period plus 1. No, it's okay. Current period. Yeah, I'm so dumb. So we're going. So the periods go 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then year. So year 1 is across those two. Year 2 is across between 1 and 2. And 3 is there. So to get plus 1 divided by 2 should be 2. Right? To go from period to year. Because the years are always small. So let's just print what this current period is. Or no, we already said 6 plus 1 divided by 2. So it should be year 3. Here, let's turn that into an int. Should solve it. Back to finish saving. Let's round down. What the hell? Wait, no, it's not. It's not going to be year 3 because year 1 is 0 and 1. Year 2 is 2 and 3. Here. Let's look at the other ways I've done it in the same. Yeah, it's got to be. Okay. Yeah, okay. So then it should be into k plus 1 over 2. Let's just see how I. Yeah, okay. That is. K plus 1 over 2. Okay, year 3. Let's stake some teams. So we know that max button. So here, let's just fix that right now. That's been bugging me this whole time. So we're going to stop that. We're going to go to the stake card. We're going to find that max button, self-link max maxi. Let's go ahead and change the name. Link max team. It looks weird on the, so here we're going to, so max team. So we're probably going to make the self.text box 1, it's probably text box 1 dot text equals self.liquid. What is the liquid amount going to be? Total liquid is going to be, oh, I actually got to pull it. Int self team balance. Let's just copy something. Text equals self.team balance divided by that decimal scalar. I hate this. This is one of my least favorite parts about ERC20 stuff is these decimals. Like, I feel like there should be like no decimals. Everything should be fixed unit. Because that's basically what it is. Like the system just assumes there's not. The decimal stuff is only for the user interface. Then we're going to do the self.text box change. And then we're going to say sender equals link max team. I think that should be it. So now let's see what happens. That's weird. So we'll get the design of this stuff fixed later, but let's click the max button. Yup. Okay, we gotta get rid of that. Okay, I need to fix that as well. All right, so now I have no liquid team. Okay, so we also need to, here, let's add this to our checklist. So fresh stake list and stake hits. Okay, so got all that, got our team staked. All right, so there we go. What were those things we said we wanted to fix on the stake? Okay, I'm actually going to do this the refresh page section. So now this refresh page function is always going to update our stake list. Okay, what should we remove from the stake list? Oh yeah, I need to get rid of all this extra bullshit. So let's see what happens when we try to stake when we don't have liquid team. Get this error. Okay, so let's do this. So we're going to try. See if we can get the. See what we can get from this error message, because we want to display is this. So it's going to say external error reason equals that. Maybe we don't care that much. Actually, we'll come back to that. We don't really, during this test, we don't really care. And we're just going to assume that people know not to stake when they don't have hex, or no, when they don't have team. Okay, so we have our stake. So maybe this should say like upcoming stake here, perhaps. Should we just make this like the stake record card? Yep. Easy choice. So what's cool about Anvil is you can literally just like copy and paste UI elements. It's not everything I was trying to copy. Oh, maybe those are separate. Are they? So that must be the heading. See what this looks like. Let's draft what the stake deadline text is going to say. It's going to say stake into year let's check out. Nice. Okay, that's good. Maybe those should be centered. And then, so that doesn't need to say stake balance. That needs to say total team staked. And this one needs to say stake here. Stake period. And these ones, let's get that. I don't know. Let's see how it looks centered. How do they look in? So yeah, they're centered in there. Let's see how this looks. It's a funny comment. Hexhodl says, I guess observing the process of the creation of money is boring for most. Yeah. Wait, you mean that watching a guy sit in a tank top and write code isn't enthralling? That's funny. Yeah, dude. Don't. Cassie says, oh, wow, I like that Anvil lets you copy paste elements. Pretty cool. Yeah, literally. Anvil's amazing. If you learn Anvil, anyone out there, and you become an expert at it, I will hire you. Like, whenever people ask me if I'm in need of help with stuff, I'm like, yes, please learn Anvil. Everything I build is on Anvil. Okay, that looks pretty good. Total team staked. Do we need this? What should go on that more info? No, because we're actually going to... So here, let's just get rid of that. We'll bring... Okay, so... I think we may be done here. Okay, so we're going to end stake just so we can get back some of our liquid. Actually, here, while we end stake, let's fix some of these things here. Or no, let's look at our checklist. So add label to show period, done. Add label to show how many teams currently staked in that period, done. Fix automax button, done. Remove pop window, done. More info, replace. Okay, still need that. Refresh stake list when stake hits. Yep, okay, did that. Okay, so here, let me share this screen so I can talk you all through. Okay, so we just knocked out a bunch of stuff on the list. We still need to add the countdown. So for that one, what I'm a sub to do from there is we're gonna create like a contract ABI plus contract address central app. So we'll just, because right now it's like kind of spread out across Maxi, team, and the Perpetuals. But what I want to do is I want to move all that into a single app that I can then import, because right now we have the Maximus team app, but we also have the Maximus Perpetuals app. And so to make all of the the Perpetuals and everything accessible from the same place, we need to create that. So don't want to forget to do that. Okay, let me see. Should we do that? Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Oh, wait, he sent it to me in the Figma link. Okay, so so I think I'll actually come back to that. So we're not going to have that much more info. Okay, so let's knock out these stake management interface things. Let's switch back my screen. Andrew Reynolds says, I feel like it's a form of extreme programming, people watching the code written in real time, giving feedback, but I'm just in the peanut gallery. That's funny. It's good to see you knocking out the to-do items on stream. Way to go. Yeah, got to get it done. The code ain't going to write itself. So I know I want to fix this thing. Since you're committed to stake through year 4, you will experience a 3.69% penalty on any team you unstake now. Are you sure you want to unstake? Yes. Okay, so let's fix that text there. It's going to be on stake record card. Mixed Mix says, RH says code is hard, but this looks like fun. Thanks, Mr. Catcher. Yeah, I mean, it's only as hard as you make it. If you're doing like hard technical stuff, it's hard. But if you're just like building your own ideas, it's actually really easy because you just do what you internally feel like you need to do. And then the rest is just like whatever you Google and finding tools that take care of all the hard work for you. Yeah, I have a ton of fun on Anvil, literally. I actually discovered Anvil. When did I start doing Anvil? Had to have been early 2019. So I got on Anvil like a year before Hex came out. Okay, that looks kind of weird. That alignment, does that look off to you? Yeah, we'll have to investigate that. Since you're committed to stake through year 4, you'll experience a 3.69% penalty on any team you unstake now. Are you sure you don't unstake? So what probably needs to get done on this? Okay, I already see there like an error happens whenever it is blank. So let's fix. Let's make that only run this. So if self or if event arg sender dot text in blank none 0 not in. We also should probably add a amount button here. Maybe we should just take the whole. See, we don't need to adjust that, but we will put it in something that centers it. Just pull up a column panel. Let's drag that thing in there. That's why. Okay, let's just see how that looks. Then let's get that one too. So self dot text box 1 dot text equals self dot team balance. It's not team balance. We need. Okay, so that doesn't need to be team balance. That needs to be team staked in that period. So it's got to be the amount actively staked value. Yep. Pulling that in there. Let's see if this works. DK Shadow says we need Elon's Neuralink so we can just think code into existence. Wouldn't that be nice? That's honestly when I am doing most of like when I'm like coming up with like the different like design patterns and like data structures and stuff. Most of it actually comes when I'm laying in bed, just like, okay, we're gonna have a global staked team per period mapping, and that's going to give us a value for each integer period, how many team was staked by everybody. That gets updated whenever people add to their stake or end their stake early. So to match that, we need a user amount staked per period that's mapped by a user address and the period. That's going to log how many team they staked. If we add to a stake, we need to increment that amount for that period. If we early end stake, we need to reduce it. That gets finalized as a period. Like literally, I'm like literally writing the code in my mind in bed, and then the next day I'm like, all right, just lay it all out there. So you're right. I would absolutely love a Elon Neuralink, or any Neuralink for that matter, that could do that. That would be amazing. Amount available to end stake. Yep, that's exactly what we're trying here. Then we need to do so label 2 is going to be label amount staked. We need amount staked to say, let's just start with the team balance. Whoa. Okay, so that worked. How does that look on different devices? Okay, I see that issue there. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna actually just go back to it and just have the max button next to it. Just to have it. Probably should go next to this one, right? So the label amount staked needs to actually say okay, let's see if this worked. Oh, duh. Okay, so I need that to be back to white. Look at the title of my video and look what I committed to doing. Did you guys hear what I was just talking to my wife about? Did you guys hear what I was talking to my wife about? That's funny. Hexlove, he knew. So my wife that I committed to streaming until I'm done with it. She's like, how long is that going to take? Yeah, I mean, says, thank you for working hard for us, but remember to take care of yourself first. We are hodlers anyways, plus your wife might mind. No, she's been like, we need to launch your thing. she's been pushing, so she understands. How many days do you stay up coding without sleep? It happens every so often. Usually like around big projects, usually there's like, especially right at game time, I'll like put in a long vendor. But I definitely try to limit that. That's not useful because it wrecks your next day. And all the amount of time you gained by going late into the night, you just like give up for the next day. So it rarely ever works. It only is good when you just like have momentum and you just like keep it going, or if you have a strict deadline. But I try not to do that much anymore. Okay, so what do we need to fix here? That doesn't need to be white because it's on a white card. So let's go back to that. And then this doesn't even need to be, see the properties, doesn't even need a background. In a foreground, it can be normal. So let's let that save. Maybe that should say amount currently staked. Yeah, because this is early end stake. So amount staked, we're going to change that to say amount currently staked. So we're going to early end stake, and let's make sure that works. Let's see what happens when we in the follow up after end stake. Looks like it went through. Why didn't we? Should be refreshing the card after that. Oh, because it hasn't collected a new stake record. Okay. So let's refresh that, and then we need to figure out how to refresh the. Okay, so we got that. So now when we look at this one, notice how it doesn't even have, so there's no rewards because it didn't serve anything. Should probably, let's add that to the list. You don't fix that now, but we need to, if there are no eligible periods and don't display the rewards page. Okay, so we got back our team. Let's go ahead and let's just stake like 1,000 team right now. Okay, hold on. All right, looks like we have our stake balance right there. So maybe what we do is, if this is an active one, so yeah, so here, let's add this here. We're gonna do a hold separate rewards section. If there are no eligible periods, don't display on the reward page. If current year is still ongoing, indicate that the numbers aren't final. So these are all just like good. There's certain things that I'm not so much in a rush to do. One, because they're not critical to the staking. They're just kind of benefits. But then also they don't really take effect until much later on. So not everything needs to be fully fixed. Okay, so as far as early end staking goes, looks like we've got that done. Now, why don't I come over here and, okay, so it's currently a staking period. And so what I'm going to do is I am going to simulate let's see. We're going to simulate a hex being sent into the stake. So let's go to the pulse chain. We need to get some hex. Here, you know what? If you're in the chat, if you have hex on pulse chain testnet, can you please send it to, let's get the team contract address. We're going to simulate a stake. So let's get our team contract address and we're going to walk through how that works. So copy that. Let's go over to, okay, if you're watching this and you have hex on pulse chain testnet, right now, just send like literally just a few, maybe like 5 or 10 hex to this. Make sure you're on pulse chain testnet. Do not send this to it on the real one, and even then, just only send a couple. Because if I'm correct, it's actually hard to get it on the. So we're only going to be able to get a very small amount. So anyone watching this has some hex on Pulse Chain Testnet, please send to here. So I'm going to swap for some. Does anyone please, or if you have Testnet Hedron, you can send it there too. We can do Hedron, and I'll also do Maxi because I do have a Maxi faucet that I can just pull in here. So here on my other machine, I'm going to go ahead and okay. So I'm going to pull in the faucet. So here, I'm going to get the Maxi faucet going. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 10, 100, 1,000, million. We're going to send out 1,000,000 Maxi to this faucet on my other machine. And we're also going to send the hex to. I'm also going to send some hex in here too. So I'll just do that with my testnet hex now. Just send. So you probably don't want to do this in real life, but just for testing, we're getting this done. And then here on my and here we're going to send our Maxi to this. Okay, so I just sent some hex in there. I just sent some doing the faucet. So now I'm going to send some Maxi in here. Okay, looks like it went through. Now we're going to send the Maxi to the team contract just so we're going to simulate as if the contract got hex from a staking pool. It got Maxi from the, say some other contract. And then I'll also send it some teams so we can get a look at all of those. So okay, confirm. Okay, we sent some Maxi. And then let's just send some team while we're at it. Nice. Thank you. So we'll be able to test. What we're going to do is we're simulating income during the stake, and then we're going to show the claiming. Okay, so it looks like my transaction went through, the Maxi went through, the Hex went through. So now let's go back here and I'm actually going to switch to the other device that I'm on because I'm going to show you how I'm going to do this. So we're going to share screen. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're looking here at the team contract. Let's look at what the period is. So period 6. And so what we want to do is we're going to increment the test period. And now we're also going to, so while I'm incrementing the test period, we're going to refresh this so we can see what the new period looks like. So okay, so that's something wrong here because this should be different. Like there's no way that this should be greater. Actually, no, that is right. 4, yeah. Okay, so now that the stake is ongoing, because so pretty much what I just did on that other screen is I hold on a sec. Here, one second. Time out, guys. Time out. Be right back. had to go do something. So what I just did is I just incremented the period, and then now, since it's now in the middle of the stake, the early end stake still works, but now you see this other option, extend stake. So that's the rolling over of your stake, and so it says, "Are you sure you want to extend your stake into the next staking period?" So if we click yes, then it prompts us to do that. Okay. So now we just rolled forward our thing. And so if we refresh this, then you see how now it says staked until year 5. So that's what extending your stake does. It just rolls you forward into that next year, but this is still that same stake. But now when we click on the view rewards, now we look at these stake credits. So what we see here is the amount served in year 4, and then the amount set to serve in year 5. And so then when we go here, claim, you see how there's nothing to claim here? That's about to change. So let me switch back to my other device, my other screen. Let's pull up. Okay, I'm sharing screen there. Okay, so now on this page, what we're going to do, since you all sent the maxi and all that stuff, we're going to increment the period once again. And then if you remember from the last video, we talked about the different things that users need to do. One of them is, as soon as the base stake ends, then we need somebody, it could be anyone, it could be you. There's no benefit to doing it for yourself. Like, you don't get anything, just has to be done. You need to go in and hit this prepare claims button. See if this works. Truly not sure if it's going to work. I've done it before, but sometimes weird shit just happens. So here I click prepare claims. And so what prepare claims does is it, okay, let's run it and I'll explain what it does. Okay, so what prepare claims does is it runs this function. Where do you find it? Oh wait, that's wrong contract. So what prepare claims does is it goes through the list of all of the supported tokens, and then it checks the balance of the team contract. So let me split up. It's probably like right here. Yeah. Okay, so prepare claims. It goes through all the list of all the coins, and then it runs prepare claim. So prepare claim, let's zoom in so you can see this better. So prepare claim checks to make sure that it's not a staking period, because it can only happen during staking periods. It gets the latest staking period, meaning the staking period that just ended. It checks to make sure that we haven't recorded period end balance for that yet. So there's this field called period end balance that's related to the ticker, so the name of the token, and then the period. And then it sets that to be it collects the balance of the supported token for the team contract. Then what it does is it transfers, so ERC20, that's interface ERC20, it transfers the token to the stake reward distribution address. And it tells it what the period is that it is saving for. It says it updates if the period end balance has been recorded. It calculates a redemption rate, and then it saves a redemption rate. So now that we've done that, when you look at, so now here, let's hide this screen and pull back the other screen. Okay, so now when we do this, it should have just refreshed. We see that the stake year has ended, or that period has ended. So, but since we're staked until year 5, there we go. Look at that. Look at that. That is cool. So you see how this shows the amount claimable from that stake. So that hedron that you guys sent there, that's there. The maxi that I sent in there, that's all in there. And what that is it's just the number of coins redeemable by this, by your amount. So here, we're gonna have to, what do we need to do? Let's revisit our to-do list. Or here, we can just write a little to-do list right here. So this would be on the claim. Yeah, this is, so here, let's just come to the bottom. So we need to fix decimals on amount column. We need to include hex. I don't know why hex isn't in there. In the token list. We need to make replace false in claimed column with a button that says claim that is visible if they have claimable rewards, not claimed yet. So that would be something like, yeah. What else do we need to add on this? I'm glad that that little mechanism just worked. Here, let's actually take a sec to look at what actually happens there on here. I think we just pull from here. So yeah, so this contract here, OX2DD, this is a contract that is generated from the team contract. It's called the stake reward distribution contract. And so all the income goes into the team contract, but then when it calculates those redemption rates that we display from here, then it sends those coins into another contract, and then that's where all the claiming is done from. And so the team contract, it gets filled with coins from these pools, but then as soon as we measure how much hex and other coins are there to distribute, then these get moved into that other contract. So when you're claiming your rewards, you're actually claiming them from a separate contract from the from team. You're actually claiming from supported tokens contract. And what's cool is that you can actually like all of these ones they're from they're in the contract itself. So if we were to, so let me pull this up. There's actually a function here, so I'll just do it here. We're going to move this, but alert. So we're going to pull a little pop-up here that's going to show self.team contract dot stake reward distribution contract dot, I think it's a string, so, or maybe I don't even need to, I don't know, we'll see. Let's do toString to be safe. So is it called stake reward distribution? Let's see. I think so. So let's see. Stake reward distribution contract. Stake reward distribution address. So let's just see if that shows up. So the stake reward distribution address is saved to the team contract when it's generated. So let's just see if this shows us what we're looking for. String object. Okay, so it's already a string. So let's just get rid of this. Crypto Cliff Notes asks, can you explain how you mint the Perpetuals gasless? You can't. You have to pay gas. Like there's kind of no way around that. But minting these is less. Minting and redeeming them is less than staking the gas than staking on your own. So in that way, it's gasless, but you're still paying a little bit. Yavin says, "Have a good night, sir. Thank you for wife for being patient. Thanks to all you do to help the community." Yes, thank you to her. David says, "Burning the midnight oil. I see. Keep up the good work, my man. I'm a huge fan of Maxi and what you're building. Thank you." Teamwork makes the dream work. GTS, like legendary engineers. Thank you. Definitely include hacks. Yep. So you see, that's the address of the stake reward distribution contract. And so when we're claiming our rewards, we're actually claiming from that contract address. So let's get rid of that. And then we need to include hacks. So we should probably put these in the order that we expect stuff to come in. So the ones that are going to be most common are going to be hex and hedron. And maxi is going to also be very common. What did we say we also needed? So we added hex. Oh yeah, we need the decimals. So let's see what those numbers were. So that's the get claimable amount. So we need claimable to be got to be divided by that scalar. So it's going to go int claimable divided by 10 to the 8th. That should resolve some of that stuff, and we may want to add commas and comments and stuff. So claimed. Okay. So now that we did that, we actually want to come in here. We're going to edit this. Let's just go to so claimed is actually going to be a link. We're going to add a link there, and the link is going to say claim, and the default value is going to be visible, and that's going to be called link claim. And then we're going to go in here, and we're going to say if self.item did claim. So we're going to say it's going to be a couple things. We're going to say if all. So what are the things that need to be true? So did claim needs to be not. Did claim, yes, it needs to be true. So did claim is fully. And then if self.item claimable greater than 0, okay, so token claimable claimed. Okay, so that one needs to be claimed. Okay, so if it's visible, so let's go ahead and restart. Bro, you still going? You read the title. It says I'm staying live till this thing is published. Reminds me of the old days. Oh yeah, me and Gold Key still together. I was when we were learning. We have way more skill now. Back when me and Gold Key lived together, we knew a fraction of what we knew now. Can be a long stream. Hopefully not too much longer. So let's just view these rewards. Okay, wow, that's pretty cool actually. Okay, so we see the link there. So that's how we want. Maybe we just make it so that it doesn't show it if the amount is 0. Whatever. This truly doesn't matter. So let's go back and we'll make that one to be the link claim is going to be, let's just give it a cyan color. And then on click, what needs to happen when it runs? So we need to somehow get the team contract. So team contract. Okay, so select team contract. Oh, no, it's not team contract. It's the reward contract. So we'll get that in a second. And the reward contract function, I'm looking over here, is going to be claim rewards. Claim rewards. And that is a function of the period. So period ticker stake ID. Okay. Okay, so we might as well also just pass in because we already know how we're gonna add something else, self.item period, just because we're already passing this information in. Self.item stake ID. So now when we go back to this card, I think. So period amount. Okay, we already do have the period. Claim total claimable. Now we need stake ID. That's going to be stake record, stake ID. Okay. And then then also, how do we? Okay. So it's on a row template. Let's look up Anvil row template. Okay, no, let's see. Again, this is probably another reason why I want to have. Okay, so we're just going to buy the bullet and we're going to do that piece now. So what I'm trying to do is make it so that I can call that function from anywhere on the card. So I need, let's see. So we already got period, token, stake ID. Period, amount, total, claimable, stake ID. Catcher needs Zaytoven. Like,
make you say, ooh, I wanna do it like me. How you gonna walk when you see me in this place? Like you say, ooh, where you get the Nikes? Baby, I just bought them cause they make me 23. Oh, so cool. You should see me.
there's another one that was really good. Is it this one?
Just pulled up on a big bro Zaytoven. Finna go crazy. We about 20.
What was that other video? It was like one. All right, it's getting late, so I'm probably gonna have to turn the music off. So let's find the event handlers, because that's what we have to do, because we need to set up an event. So add an event with the name and then the function and then def handle. So these self and then event args. Okay. Okay, so we got that on this, but then inside of that, okay, then we need to do it to its own parent. So let's see what the parent is on this one. And then So let's see this. Can I send a handler? When you raise an event, okay, so I need, well, I had event args. So now I need to daisy chain another event. Hold on a sec. I actually need to get a charger cable. Here, I'm going to finish this and I need to get my charger cable. Okay, so we know we got that. So the parent on that one, we need to likewise raise an event on this. That's going to be so. This one needs to be. Let's see if that works. Okay, so it tried this period. So maybe that is an event arc. Okay. So that means that we need to just do. Oh, erase an event. Okay, so that's progress. Raise event only takes one argument. Okay. And period, ticker, and stake ID are the event args. We're getting passed through. We've got 5 viewers sticking with us. It's probably so boring, but we're pushing through. Okay, that worked. Here first, let's see what that would be. Let's see what's going on. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so looks like it worked. Let's look at the transaction ID. Let's see if it actually sent us. Okay, there's some hex that we didn't have before. And yep, from C86, which is our stake reward distribution address, to me, it sent me the amount of hex I could claim. All right, that worked. Now when we come back to here, I bet if we tried again, it throws an error. Yep, because you must not have already claimed from this period. Perfect. Okay, so now when we click, let's refresh this and let's see if, because now that we've already claimed, it should be not showing that. Yep, already claimed. Boom. Fuck yeah. All right. That works. That works. Sweet. Okay, we did the decimals and the claim button. That is literally perfect. All right. These aren't claimable yet because those are coming up. Perfect. I'm not going to claim those in case we need to do something else to the UI, but let's pull up this. All right, so we've ended stakes. We've claimed rewards. Let's increment the stake period and we'll look at the okay, on my other device, I'm incrementing the stake reward. Okay, so now let's Okay, now it's the next year. Okay, so we can either roll forward the stake or we can end the stake. So let's take a look at the end stake button. So that should only have that icon if it's an early end stake. Which it actually is because, right? Let's see, let me figure out that. Stake. If early end stake. Oh yeah, because now is that period. So let's just imagine that we're gonna increment this one more time. So right now it is in the middle of the stake. So if we early end staked, it would be gone. No, because there's, oh yeah, and then there's extend stake. Okay, now if we go to, let's refresh that, we should see. Okay. Where's the stake expiry? Is the hell? That's so weird. Okay, so I guess that's how it is. So now we can view our rewards. There's probably nothing in here. Yep. Yeah, there's nothing in that section, but I still have unclaimed rewards there. And then we can end stake a small balance. So let's just do 500. Make sure this works. Okay. So we should see the stake balance go down because we unstaked, and we should see our liquid team stake go up. Okay, looks like it was confirmed. Yep. And so let's just see the view rewards. So yeah, okay, so these periods end, so the amount served stays the same. That's exactly what we're looking for. We can still claim from those. We're gonna hit restake. Maybe we should have a prompt on restake. Let's check what restake does. Are you sure you want to restake? This will end your current stake and start a new one in the next period. No, yes. Let's click yes. Let's see what happens when we click no. Nothing. Okay. Okay, so we're going to click. Are you sure you want to restake? So our claimed amount is still there. And this period just had nothing to claim. All right, that is cool. That is really, really cool. So I guess that's it for our team staking, right? We got start stake. let's just confirm that. Let's just do a stake right now. We're gonna walk through it all. So the start. Now this should add to our existing stake that we just started. Okay, just added to the stake. That one refresh there. Yep. 500 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nice. Okay, that all works. So start stake works. We just saw end stake and restake. And then we also did roll forward. We're actually going to do a full stake list refresh. So instead of just refreshing the card, we're going to actually refresh the whole thing. So I think what we need to do, so mean, we're actually going to run kind of need to do the whole refresh. So from this one, self.main. Okay, so we're also going to pass this. Give it main equals self.main. Main, so self.main is main. And then other than that, we need main to do what happens when you press the stake click button. Or maybe we just need stake list past main, but maybe we don't need stake list past main. Stake list. We need to refresh this page. So let's just we're going to give it stake list is going to have main, but it's also going to have stake page self stake page. So now self stake page is the stake record. So instead of main, we don't need main. Maybe we do, but we're going to stake page. We're going to run refresh page, so stake page to refresh page. So we're going to run, and we're going to run it from here. Let's see what happens. Right. Nice. Okay, that works. Good enough. And okay. I think so. Let's check on that stake period. So it's on the stake page. Okay. I think team is done. Let's go to the main page and let's clear up this stuff. So dashboard, we are gonna just don't have a dashboard yet. Actually, I don't need to do that. I really don't need to do that. Let's pull up the. Okay, so Merle the Pearl asks, what else did you enjoy studying before coding and crypto, or always codes? So before crypto, I was doing optical engineering. So lasers, lenses, imaging systems. My focus was like 3D camera systems. And I was building virtual reality cameras and virtual reality apps. So kind of always been in technology, but crypto since 2017. Everyone can hear the crickets. It's funny. Okay, so this next thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to actually deploy a brand new set of test contracts, and then I'm going to put put all the addresses and everything into the Dapps, and we're going to see if it works. So here, I'll switch to this screen. Okay, so first we need to get rid of all the test stuff. So So test day is going to be gone. Test period also gone. You don't need any current test day anymore. Okay, so the mint duration is going to be, we're going to do a 2-day mint. Pool addresses. Deploy pools. Have pools deployed. Okay. So here, we are going to make so for testing this test version, we're going to do just 1 day, 3 days, 7 days, and 3, 6, and 10 days. And then we're going to put, what should we do? 2 days in between them. So we'll get, we're going to put 2 days in between them. Okay, so we're going to do 1 day, 3 day, 7 day, 10 day, and then 2 day in between. Okay. Deploy the pools. Declare the supported tokens. So get support tokens, deploy the staker, distribution, contract, mint team. Okay. So, mystery box. Yep. Guess we don't need test current day anymore. Okay. Stake expired stake. Reward allocation. Okay. Get period redemption rates. Get extra period total. Okay. We get current period. We're just getting rid of that. Restoring that. We should see that go green. We're going to need the test day. let's see. All right, guys, 1 sec. I think this is ready, at least for the test. Let's try to deploy it. Yeah, I mean, what else can we do? Let's try it. Okay, so first what we need to do is minimize that. Okay. Let's minimize the Maximus too. Let's see the pulse. Let's make sure that we have the right test stuff. Thank you so much, Value Brand. Thank you, Hex Logic. Here's a trooper. Try to be most valuable player. Thank you. All right, I think we're ready. We're just going to do it. Okay. So we just deployed team. Now we need to pull up our What? Okay. We have team. Okay, so. So I hid my screen just because it was taking it forever to render. So right now what I'm doing is I'm putting the contract addresses and the ABIs into the perpetual pool and lab. Okay. Okay. We may have just successfully deployed everything to testnet. Let's try it out. We may be done sooner than I thought. Okay, so let's get back into the Anvil. Okay, so I just successfully set up a new mint phase. And I have 2 days remaining. So let's go ahead and mint. Let's do 5,000 just so we can do this a couple times. See OXAA, yep, that's the right contract. Okay. Now we mint team. Yep, still the right contract. Yeah, that's what we need. Okay, looks like we got 5,000 team. Let's go stake our team. Yep, it's still period 1. We have okay, so we know that we just staked our team. Let's early unstake 100 of it just for measure. All right, that's spot on. Okay, so if you're in the chat, go ahead and go to Maximus. if you're here in the chat with me, go to that. Let's check to make sure it works. Go to this. Okay. Yep, that is. So go there to Mint Team, and then let's see what this one's all about. Okay. Okay, so if you're getting the error about the network error, just can make sure that you have added pulse chain to your thing, or you connect on the prompt that it gives you. And then the DApp, that website probably won't work. Brand, that Web3 wallet error is when you're on a browser that is not, that does not have the like MetaMask connected to it. So just open that in MetaMask and you'll be fine. And also just make sure that you're on Pulse Chain Testnet. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to test the Perpetuals. So while you guys are figuring out how to do that, I'm going to mint one in each. Okay. So we're granting to contract OXFA502Z. So here on my other machine, we're going to pull up the team contract and then we're going to confirm the token. So we look at get supported tokens and we look at base. Let's see if base starts with OXFA50. Yep, OXFA50. So we know that this is displaying the right addresses. We are going to mint. Okay. Now we're going to mint base. Let's see here. Minting phase hasn't started yet. What? Minting phase hasn't started yet. So the Maxi faucet does not do that. So it's not the same one as the Testnet. It's a different contract. Okay, duh. Nice. Okay, team worked, but I actually found an issue with the Perpetuals that causes it to only mint when all right, you're gonna hate me. I'm gonna have to redeploy this. I had to fix something, but it's already fixed and it's already okay. This shouldn't take too long. So hex token and everyone, you're gonna have to redo that. It's okay. It's very easy to do. But this is why we test. Yeah. He's got rug pulled because I still had something left over. All right. Okay, so team contract address. Okay. So This is, I think I just fixed it. So let's see. Okay. Basementing works. What a dumb little error that I had left in there. That's why we test though. Okay, so base staking works. Let's go back to minting team. We just did that. Okay, first we need to mint team. We still have some max left over, so let's just do 1,000. Okay. Okay, so team. Okay, let's stake it all. All right, we staked team. We have our stake. Wow, we did it. Let's test out the other ones. Isn't it wild that this stuff just works? Got a trio. Let's go get a lucky. All right. This works. Let's make sure the redemption one works as well. And I need to fix some stuff on the display. That should say 1 times 10 to the minus 8. Okay. Redemption works. Guys, we did it. We have live. What else is there to fix? I think that's all. So you don't have any questions before we hop off? We did it. We have our test nets live. It's live. If you go to team-maximus.anvil.app or to perpetuals. They're live. I did what I intended to do. Let's mark some of these things off the checklist. All right, I think this stuff works. Yeah, we did it. It took actually exactly how long I thought it would. When I was thinking of starting, I was like, all right, I'm starting at 7:30. Probably gonna take me 5 hours. And here we are, exactly 5 hours later. So thank you all for helping with those. I guess before we go here, we're gonna do one last thing. Share this other screen. That's funny. Damn, do I really look that different from either side? Okay, so let's add. Screen. Okay, so this is actually not. So let's erase that. We'll go back to our. else we need to do. Okay. That's funny. He's spamming it. All right, so I just wrote these instructions. Probably keep working on these. Let's get a. See what AI art we can make for our Maximus team and the Perpetual pools. That's creepy. Oh my god, that's really creepy. Dear God, these are creepy. Who the fuck are these people? Alright, this one's not so creepy. The image also sucks. Alright, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna add a cover. right, y'all. I'm going to go ahead and tweet the link to the instructions. All right. I just did it. Just fired off that tweet. Already deployed, yep. All right. Yeah, it's definitely bedtime. But yeah, you saw it here, folks. We successfully finished the front ends, tested the interactions, deployed the contracts, and it all seems to work. So thank you so much for sticking with me. This really helped me just get it done. Limiting distractions and just like doing it with an audience actually helps a lot. I'm going to start doing this a lot more. And again, they're bugs definitely expected. So please, if you find anything, just let me know. We'll try to optimize it and make it look good. And then the last thing is just to get through this test and then just get this thing audited, and then we'll be moving forward. Let's see. Brenton says, when I click Visual Rewards, it keeps bugging me out as it won't show me. Yeah, so that's something we'll also have to fix, that because there's no rewards because the stake hasn't started yet. So nothing should show there. So we should probably, I'll add it to my to-do list to just make it so that the rewards aren't showing for periods where there's no reward. That is actually on the to-do list already, so we'll fix that soon. Yeah, conjuring money out of thin air. Who'd have thunk it? See, I actually like it. It helps me just like get it done. All right, guys. You know what? Here, I have to do a couple more things. So if you have any more questions, I'll keep the camera on so I can see. All right, guys, I'm going to sign off here. Great chat with you guys. What an awesome time. We'll talk to you soon.